Okay, let's get started without much further ado. Here we are in the DIY setup, and the cooling box is already taken apart. It's an odd mix of things that are soldered in and things that are connected with connectors. So we have this little knob with a potentiometer, which is connected with a pluggable connector. There's another one. This is for the fan. But then we have a small daughter board with a USB power supply, which is just soldered directly on. And so is the Peltier element, as well as the 12 or the car power supply. So it's kind of like they couldn't make up their minds. Can it run Doom? No, unfortunately, no. This does not have a. This is not a Turing complete device. But here's the problem. This has, as you can see, a fairly sizable power supply that takes mains in and spits out an adjustable voltage with this potentiometer, which is then directly coupled to the Peltier element, the fan, and the USB power supply. Whereas if you connect it into the car socket, this whole thing is bypassed, and whatever voltage the car electrical system supplies is directly connected to the Peltier and the fan. So that means power adjustment is only possible on mains. And as it turns out, in my car, might be that the voltage is a little bit too high. I should measure it sometime. Will it be able to run Doom in the future? No, I'm afraid not. Sorry. Oh, I should also do that. Hope there wasn't an echo. What was I? Yeah, so with the voltage that's supplied in my car, it draws enough power that this connector just melts. I've already had to replace it twice, and I'm tired of it, and I want to be able to adjust the power. Also, the design that it has out of the box has this issue that the USB power supply does not work if this is on mains and adjusted to a lower power level. So I have taken the liberty to reverse engineer the low voltage part of this power supply. This I didn't draw in because this is completely separate. So I'm gonna just leave that aside. I don't really care about it at the moment. The USB power supply part. Oh, it's just kind of tangled. Let me see if I can remove the reduce the tangle factor. There we go. Almost. These wires were also just bunched up together and tied up with a zip tie. So I'm gonna need to figure that out when I assemble the whole thing. I've also wrapped the high voltage side in Kapton tape because I've had to run some experiments on this thing while it's here, so I don't want to accidentally touch any of these high voltage traces. But yeah, so it turns out that there is a sticker for the power supply, and even on the sticker it's rated to produce a voltage of 11 volts. up to 4 amps. So the cooling device, for the cooling device, I'm just trying to reduce the power draw of the cooling device, but yeah. Well, actually, I realized I forgot to do one thing. I need to wet the sponges for my soldering iron before I do any soldering. So let me quickly do that. Be right back. I'll just take a quick, get a spray bottle with some water, spray the sponges. I've decided to ditch the steel wool in favor of I like to clean my soldering tip with a sponge. That's what I've learned. That's what I've grown up with. Okay, so here's the situation. This is the low voltage side. So basically, from this transformer in that direction, I've already drawn up the schematic. So here's the transformer coming in. Then there's a dual Schottky diode to rectify. There's a filtering circuit, RC. And then we have 2 smoothing capacitors with 2 discharge resistors. Then another filtering inductor, another capacitor, and this here positive rail is what the Peltier element, the fan, and the 5-volt breakhead power supply are connected to. Now there's this back EMF protection diode because we have an electric motor here, and those have a tendency to produce negative voltage spikes. So that's to protect all the other circuitry. That diode is right here. There. I don't know if you can see it in the tiny camera preview. And then there's this feedback circuitry, which this is where the potentiometer is connected as well. So this bit basically takes the output voltage. It's fairly elaborate. I'm not sure why. The whole thing is very over-engineered. But this monitors the output voltage and then feeds into an optocoupler, which signals back to the control chip whether it needs to make another pulse on this transformer, or take it easy and let the voltage drop slightly. We have a 1.25 volt reference here. So there's a resistor network, which yeah, there's a 1.25 volt, which basically if it makes current flow through this optocoupler LED if the voltage is high. And if it drops, then the LED shuts down, and the control chip knows that it needs to generate another pulse. So the interesting part here is there is this potentiometer which adjusts the output voltage basically from 0 all the way to 11 volts. And 11 volts is when the potentiometer is at almost a 0 ohm voltage. Oh yeah, the potentiometer is also bypassed by a resistor in parallel, but that's a high value. One thing that I want to do is I want to modify this so it generates a higher output voltage. 11 volts is not quite enough for my purposes. I would like this to generate somewhere in the ballpark of like 16 volts. And based on how this part of the circuitry operates, I want to modify it so that this permanently is at roughly those 16 volts. This potentiometer is marked as B10K. I don't really understand how this works, because this thing kind of, if it's on this side, it only has 2 pins wired, and the third one is floating. On this side, the resistance between these 2 pins is 5K, and on this side, it's 0, or close to 0. I should probably double check that with multimeter, just to be certain. So let's put this into resistance mode. Can stick my probes into the connector here. Wait, okay. Now it's showing 10K. Oh, right, no. Okay, so it is going between 10K. Right, I was getting a different reading because of the bypass resistor in parallel with it. Okay, so this goes between 10K down to practically 0. Okay, so then the marking is correct on it. The potentiometer also has a tactile switch, but that is not used in any way. It's just to fake the perception that you can turn the whole thing off. But that's obviously not the case. Nothing about this two-wire little doodad ever cuts the mains to the high voltage part of the power supply. So out of curiosity, okay, so this here, oh, this here resistor R24 originally was a 10K. I don't know, it was marked with 300 on the package, but it was a 10K resistor. I did lose the original one, so I had to solder in a different resistor, but that's fine. Either way, we're gonna do a a little exciting thing. I need to measure the output voltage. I can actually measure the output voltage on this car jack because that's directly, no, actually no, it's not directly wired. It's coupled through another diode. Okay, so I cannot use that. Never mind. I do want to keep the diode in place though, as a protection. Okay, then what can I do? Basically, here's what I'm thinking. We have a 1.23K resistor in series with the potentiometer. And I'm thinking I will just bridge that completely. So that is R22, which is right here. I'm gonna measure the resistance there in circuit, but that's going to give me a skewed reading. It's reading 1.13 kilo ohms. What happens if I unplug this? That should also affect the reading. 1.21. Yeah, basically, so what I need to achieve is we have R22 and R24 together. Those connect the reference pin of the voltage regulator. The reference to ground. So I basically just want to slap a suitable resistor across those, and then I need to figure out the value of that resistor. So I'm gonna take those two resistors off the board, and I'm gonna just directly wire this potentiometer in there. And then I will turn this thing on, measure the output voltage, and we will slowly turn this until the voltage on the output of this thing gets up to around 16 volts. At that point, I will measure the resistance that this is set to, and that's the value that we want to create there. And we'll need to somehow make that happen. I haven't cleaned this tip with a moist sponge in a while. Okay. Let me wet my tip. Should probably also disconnect the mains cable. getting in the way. Where I put my tweezers? There are the tweezers. That's one SMD resistor. That's the other. And now I want to make a tiny link there. I just grab a small piece of wire. Or I might even have a link, a 0 ohm resistor in here. No, it's 2K. This is a link. It's a slightly... No, it is the same package. Cool. So then where do I want to put the link? Just wick off the solder from here. So I want to link across R22. Wait, is that correct? Yes, R24. Okay, let's see. This is the negative plane. So that goes all the way here. R24 is there, and that is, okay, R24 is connecting the other side of the potentiometer to the negative, and this is going over to the reference pin. So that checks out. I think I need a little bit of flux here. The wick is not wicking. That's better. So we will put the 0 ohm link across R22. So let's get that in place. Yeah, that is the 0 ohm link. And a tiny touch of solder on the other side. There we have that. Looking good enough. There are also some unpopulated positions on the board from the factory. Yeah, whatever. Okay, here we have a tiny little multimeter that I'm going to connect. I got some crocodile probes or alligator probes on it. I'm gonna connect that here. Wait, where can I connect that so that it actually grabs? Okay. And then we need one on the ground plane. Maybe I should just solder on a couple of wires. It's gonna make things a little bit easier. Let me get some bits of red and black wire. So this whole thing is like the soldering job on this is quite messy. Oh yeah, that's definitely a solder with a fairly high melting point, and it just didn't fully flow. So I'm gonna need to fix that up as well. I mean, it works, but I'm a bit uneasy with like the high currents that we're drawing, over 5 amps. Okay, so now let me just put these two resistors out of the way. We're going to be measuring voltage. I should also connect the potentiometer. I'm gonna need the mains cable. Hopefully, yeah. I don't see anything potentially shorting things out. And I'm about to plug the thing in, so... Okay, we are getting a tiny voltage, 0.2. Okay, the voltage is going up. Oh, I forgot about a thing. I wanted to also plug in the fan. All right, so the fan is starting to spin at about 3 volts. cool. Something got reset there for a bit. 30. Oh, could be that the fan has some sort of protection. It seems to, okay, it seems to shut off if I go too high with the voltage. This Peltier cooler is getting warm to the touch. Let's try it without the fan. It looks like the power supply cuts off. Oh, it cuts off if I go up too fast. Okay, it cuts off at about 14 volts. Okay, I guess we can only go up to 14 volts. 15 volts. Okay, it's in a weird state. Let's net it down. This is a very weird potentiometer because it, I think it has a logarithmic curve. Okay, we can get up to 15. That much I know. Okay. It's now giving about 16 volts. Let me turn the thing off. Slowly dropping. Oh, the Peltier hot side is really hot. Voltage is dropping slowly. Let's short it out. Oh, could it be that the Peltier is generating the voltage? Something is generating voltage here. But I want to just double check that if I turn it back on without touching the potentiometer, it gets up to the same voltage. It's struggling. Okay, it's resetting. Never mind. So I guess we do have to set it to lower than 15. Mind you, this whole thing is only rated for 11 volts. I do want to go higher because what I want to eventually do is put in a buck regulator that I can adjust with the potentiometer. We're over 12 now. $13. Okay, so this seems to be a safe voltage that it's able to ramp up to. Okay, this 14 we can do as well. Okay, let's do 14. All right. Let's go with this. This is hot. So now I'm gonna want to measure the resistance of that potentiometer and try to get some similar value in there. So we are in resistance mode. Okay, slightly under 1K. $0.94. I mean, that makes sense because the resistor that was in series with the potentiometer was 1.23, right about. Let me see if what did I do with my tweezers? There they are. Pretty sure it was this one. Yeah. Let's see if I can measure this without playing it off into the distance. Yeah, 1.24 kilo ohm. So if we go down to 1 kilo ohm, we will get a higher output voltage. Since we are reducing the feedback or threshold. Okay, so let me see. Do I have 1K SMD resistors? If so, I will just slap one in there and be done with it. Basically need, okay. Let me see. I have a bunch of resistors from the practice kits. What values are those? No, these are caps. No, these are something very small. So not exactly helpful. These are 10K. Let me just get them all out. So we don't need the transistors. This is 10 mega ohm. These are too small, unmarked. These are caps. These are a small value, precision. These are a super tiny value, also too large package. Cap, 10K too high. Caps. Oh! What do you know? 1K. 1K resistors. Question is if I will be able to make this slightly larger package fit on the pads. So where would we need that? Oh yeah, I can make it fit. If we'll leave the 0 ohm link in place, I can. There is a conveniently placed test point right next to the resistor pad, so I can just bridge the resistor over to the pad. That's a little test point that's a little bit further away. Gives us enough leeway. That is good. That is good. So let's fire up the soldering iron. And so quickly clean off the part of the board. So I need to refill my isopropyl alcohol squirt bottle. Okay, soldering iron is up to temperature. Just quickly re-tin the tip. Beautiful. Now got one pad with a bit of solder on it. I can even fit it on the pads of the smaller package in theory. If I really wanted to. I think it will work better if I stretch it over. Let's Let's make sure that we don't have a short in there. Okay, we're measuring 0.8. Okay. But that makes sense because we're in circuit. And there are other components in the way. Okay, so now with this modification in place, let's try to power the whole thing up and see, verify that it boots up to the correct voltage, which should be around 14 volts, and doesn't trigger over voltage protection or anything like that. Hey, Chrissy, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Okay, so you should see it a little bit better now. Yeah, we're getting slightly less than 14 volts. We're getting 13.72, but that's fine. That's still good enough. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I want to be able to, I don't really know how much of a drop the buck regulator requires. But from 13.75 volts, I could in theory connect like a high value resistor in parallel to sort of fine tune it. Slap one over the top, but yeah. Trying to write a C# CLI app that let me set microphone volume and startup. Why C#? Why would you do that to yourself? But I hope it goes well. Good luck with that. Access to a bunch of Windows-specific functionality. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I'm just being facetious. Okay. So, where were we? I'm going to get rid of these two probe wires that I put in there. Shift in my tip. And I also want to disconnect some other things from the output here. So we have the okay, the USB 5-volt adapter I want to leave in place, actually. That one is supposed to be always on. Chill language, and dare I say it, even PowerShell would be cool to have in... I've never had much... PowerShell was not... I don't know. It's so verbose. Never been a fan of that aspect of it. But I guess that comes down to sort of personal preference. Okay, so I'm gonna disconnect the Peltier from this board because we are going to handle that differently. Peltier is going to be powered from the buck regulator. Wait, am I on the... Oh, I was hitting up the wrong... Right, yeah, I was... Just getting the 5-volt thingy. That's a huge solder blob. I wonder why they did that. Like, the tracks are weird. Like, there are gaps in the tracks there. I don't know why. And they're sort of bridged over with the solder blobs. True, I just enjoy the idea of passing around objects between different utilities instead of structured text. Never really caught on though. Yeah, that aspect, actually, yeah, you are right. You are right, but I mean, that's why you have languages like Python that sort of fill that niche. Although granted, if you need to make sub-processes, then again, sub-processes don't have a clear way to consume higher level objects. Packaging dependency situation at times. I don't know, I've never really experienced that as an actual issue. I've been using Python for a long time, and I remember the situation being a lot worse than it is today. Never really seen it as an actual problem. That's just me though. Okay, so now I want some beefy-ish wires so that I can connect this here buck regulator. I also need to figure out where I want to place the buck regulator. So this is a little board based on XL 4015. This is an XL semi XL 4015 buck regulator chip, which has a built-in power MOSFET. And it should support currents up to 5 amps. Actually, let's quickly consult the XL 4015 datasheet. So 8 to 36 volt input voltage range, output adjustable from 1.25 to 32. Minimum dropout 0.3 volts. Okay. 5A constant current output, constant output current capability. Let's see. If the minimum drop is really just 0.3 volts, then we are perfectly within range with the almost 14 volts we are getting out of this supply. Because on the output, I basically want to go from low to maybe 11.5 volts. Oh yeah, they also included a tiny little heat sink with the thing, which I'm thinking of slapping on, because it could get warm. It's lucky that we are going to be putting this into an enclosure that already has decent airflow, so we should be fine. Although, okay, maybe I should hold off on that. Maybe I should also figure out where I can actually place this. But yeah, let's see. What is... Okay, this is not super beefy wire, but not very flimsy either. This is to the Peltier element. I'm gonna need to untangle that from here. Looks just a little bit dusty, but yeah, whatever. To be expected. I'm also gonna need to tap off a couple of wires for the output of this. Just wonder... I have two twin cables. I have this thinner one, which is the stupid Freedom unit. It's 22 AWG. I don't know if that's beefy enough for 5 amps. Let me quickly look that up. So that's 22 AWG. Okay, 22 AWG is not generally considered safe for more than a couple of amps, so that's probably not a good idea. With multi-core, yeah, I don't want to go higher than a couple of amps. So then I have a different kind of wire, and that is this. This is thick and beefy. I don't actually have, oh, that's 1.5 millimeter square. So 1.5 millimeter square, that corresponds to something like 15 AWG, and that can definitely sustain well over 5 amps. So I'm gonna use the thick beefy wire or wires for this beefy cable. To be on the safe side. I will probably... Do I have a matching connector for this? Actually, I do. So if I take one of these, I can keep the pluggable connector for the fan. That's good. This is a very flimsy wire. What is this? This is... It has markings on the red wire. 26 AWG. Very, very flimsy. Program done, pulled in some dependencies, but the code itself was like 40 lines. Surprisingly chill. Nice, well done, well done. 26, this table doesn't even have that. All right. So, yeah, I need to figure out where to put this thing. And I'll also need to modify this so that I use the this potentiometer instead of this trimmer. Let's do a little verification that, or let's check how this compares to the reference schematic. What's the pinout of the package? One is on the left. So one is on this side, ground. So basically we probably have this trimmer between pins 1, 2, and 3. Is that the case? One and 2, I guess. Maybe I should just remove the whole thing. Sting the tip. Now the leads are bent, so it's not ready to let go of the PCB. These pick and place machines that bend their leads. What is this shit? I'm gonna need to wiggle it out. One of these days, I will buy a bunch of energy drinks and try using FreeBSD on my service again. Do it! I approve. I miss FreeBSD. It was a very cool experience to use it for a few years on my desktop. That was a long time ago, though. Okay, gotcha. Leave that aside. Okay, so what's the pinout? Okay, so 2 pins are on the connected to the positive and 1. So the potentiometer is connected. It's in place of R2 here. So it's between the positive output and the feedback pin. It's pretty cool because I'm super used to Docker Podman for running my workloads. Fair, fair. Yeah, I mean, back when I used FreeBSD, Docker wasn't a thing at all. So, but I mean, FreeBSD had its jails, which were pretty cool. I didn't really get to use them though. Right. So, yeah, we have this track here. Where's my sputter? Oh, I keep misplacing things. Okay, so this track here, there's a row of through holes or VS from the output pin number 3. There's a Zener diode. Yeah, there is a Zener diode on the output. SS54. What is SS54? SS54 diode is... Oh, it's a Schottky diode. Not a Zener. Okay. The user experience of Docker is the one thing they got right. It would also be nice not to need it in the first place, or it would play nicer with the rest of the system. Well, but that's the problem that Docker kind of solves. Yeah, user interface, I don't know. I don't know if I fully agree with that, but it is not bad. It has its drawbacks, but I still... Then again, I guess my problems with Docker are more on the internal side. Okay, so wait. Right, this is the ground plane on this side of the board. So this resistor here is 1801. What is that? Oh, it's probably 1.8K. Right. Let's try to measure it in circuit. It's not gonna give us an accurate reading, but at least roughly might match. Oh, okay, we get exactly 1.8K. I don't know if you can, yeah, you can see it. Barely, but it does show on the camera. No, I might have been shorting something out. What is going on? I was getting a perfect reading and now I don't. Okay. But this should be a... Oh no, that's the plus. Right. Okay. This is the ground plane. But yeah, I mean that's kind of the entire point of Docker, that you cannot really rely on built binaries of different libraries and that kind of stuff. So that is quite literally the problem that Docker was built to solve. Do I want to maintain the jack for No, I'm just gonna chop off this connector. I don't care. I don't need it. And we can pull this out. And we'll route it wherever it is suitable. Like unless you have self-contained packages, software to run. Just that in the enterprise, it's often used almost as a crutch to put software that should be updated to new dependencies. I get what you're saying, but also without the ability to use Docker, let's not pretend that they wouldn't try to do the same thing anyway, just in an inferior way. Because enterprise do be enterprising. So, I mean, is it fair to say that Docker is in a way enabling that? I guess, yeah, I don't really disagree, but also it's not like, or does Docker make it easier for them? Yeah. But would I be doing it without Docker? Oh, 100%. It would just be objectively worse. As an ancient VM with outdated Red Hat or something. Oh, one day I will get back to my project of upgrading my Windows virtual machine to Windows 11. I hate that, but I guess it has to be done eventually. Okay, what did I want to do? What did I want to do? Oh, right. Yeah, I wanted to figure out where I can place the buck converter board. So this is the top lid that goes over this. The problem is it has all these cutouts. So this covers the mains power supply, which I suppose that makes sense. It's unfortunate. I mean, I guess, okay, I'm not really complaining because it does restrict the airflow since this is a sort of centrifugal blower type of fan. So the intake is from the top here, and then it directs the air that way. Although there is a small cutout here. So there is here and here. So there is a slight amount of airflow over the power supply, which is also good because there are some power components there. I'm thinking I would just hot melt glue this there in front of this fan. Question is if we have enough room for that. Okay, this, I don't need that in place for now. Pull this over the 12-volt supply or car power supply. I think it's a bit like PHP. It sometimes makes it easy to write bad code, but also gets stuff done and gets a worse reputation because of... Yeah. Yeah, sort of, I guess. I've never really gotten over my dislike of PHP, but I mean, I have no horse in the race, so I don't really care too much. In theory, I could also... There are some mounting holes on this board. But yeah, I'm thinking of putting it right there. Or maybe like here. So it should have some airflow through this channel directly, going through the fins of that cooler. Oh! Wait, it's gonna need to be... No, which direction do I need? I don't... Okay, I guess it doesn't really matter how I orient it. I could orient it like this, which is technically upside down, but then the output is on that side, and I will need to route input over there. Do I bother mounting it? It's gonna potentially restrict airflow a little bit through the cooler, but yeah, I guess it's fine. It's not like it's the most efficient device out there. I'm thinking of using these little things. But I need to figure out what thread I would need to mount that. So let me get my M screws. Would it be M3 maybe? Here's my baggie with M3 screws. M3, does it? Oh, okay, so this is an M3 mounting, so 3mm holes. Okay. Although potentially M2.5 would be even better. So what's the shortest M3 screws that I have? Oh, in theory, I can take some of the longer ones and chop them. Because I do have the tools for that now. Although it would be neat if I had a chamfer tool as well. Which I currently don't. I should add it to my next order. I'm a bit disappointed I don't have short M3 screws that are not countersunk. Countersunk short ones. But oh well. Let me see, do I have M2.5? M4, non-M, M2.5. I have exactly two. I'm just thinking that 2.5 will give me a little bit more leeway, a little bit more maneuvering space, and also, yeah, whoops. I dropped one of the two that I had. Ay, ay, ay. Why am I like this? Where did the screw ping off to? I think I see it. Yeah. Okay. Question is, should I? Maybe I should. Okay, we have 2.5, 2.5 these brass inserts that I can melt into the plastic. Using the soldering iron. With these inserts. Or with this alternative soldering iron tip. I think that's about right. Yeah, that one's too big. So, I'm thinking I will melt these into the plastic and then mount the board on them. Hopefully that will work. What's the worst that could happen, right? And then I don't technically even need to shorten the screws because there is a fairly thin layer of plastic here. And underneath is just styrofoam. I will try to reinforce that with a little bit of resin afterwards. So let's get the plastic melting soldering tip. They are the correct thing. I should probably mark with a pencil where exactly I want to melt them in. Well, it's barely visible. Maybe I can reinforce it with a marker. Let's see. Okay, that seems to fit. I should also make sure that I can still close the thing. All the wires are in play in the way. Can I pack them away? I'll just try to fold them in between the cooler fins, heatsink fins. Oh, actually, the wire. This cable is in the way as well. Okay, yeah. So the buck regulator does not seem to be interfering with the lid in any way, as far as I can tell. I can't really snap it into place because things are still not managed correctly, but that's fine. Did I lose one of the brass inserts? I guess it rolled off the desk. No, okay, here it is here. Cool. So let's get the soldering iron up to something like 200 degrees Celsius. And try to melt these in. No, maybe I shouldn't have. Oh no. Oh no, mistakes were made. I didn't want to pull it in or push it in that far. Yeah, okay. That's better. Also, the plastic is fairly soft, so there's gonna be enough leeway to bend things into position. Okay. Hello, Zoe. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Wait, what did I say? What did I say? Oh yeah, this is perfect. This is right where it's supposed to be. Didn't want to push it in that far. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna put the screws in here and just so I don't make a mess. I'm gonna reinforce that with some resin. I don't want to block the threads with the resin. So well, I don't mind. I don't regret anything that I've said. I have this UV resin, which is a really cool thing to have. And a little UV flashlight to cure it. Doing good? Glad to hear. I'm doing all right. I've had a fairly productive day, and I'm really happy with how this is coming along. So, yeah, not too bad. UV resin is very, yes. I've already used it in a bunch of DIY projects, and I'm going to use it in a lot more. So, use it for making glass, ice, or really anything clear on miniatures. Right, makes sense. Actually, I used it. If you remember this Tesla coil DIY thing that I built a few weeks ago, the big coil was meant to be taped onto the board with this super flimsy double-sided tape, but that just didn't hold it at all. So I ended up just attaching it with a little bit of that UV resin around the base, and now it's solid. So yeah, I just want to reinforce these inserts with the resin. Hopefully it doesn't make too much of a mess. Oh, I should also... I have this silicone spudger. You can use that to sort of nudge the resin into place around. And I can always easily clean the spudger since it's silicone. Okay, let's cure this one. Busy tomorrow, I should be available during the day. Eventually in the afternoon, I will do a cooking and brewing stream, but before that, I usually get up around noon-ish on weekends. I hope I didn't accidentally glue the screw to the insert. That would be unfortunate. You have a feeling I know a lot more about PCs? Possibly. I might be a little bit of a nerd. Okay, it looks like this has cured. Now let's see. Okay, screw. Goes in and out as it's supposed to. Cool. DM me later tonight? Yeah. Yes. I would say just DM me in the morning and I will get back to you whenever I'm around. We'll have to be nerdy. Oh, there are so many things that I'm nerdy about. I'm proud of being a nerd. Let's nudge the resin all the way around. It's a very, very tight space there. That's what she said. I get little bits of the resin. That's fine. I have technically fastened the heatsink to this bit of plastic, but I wasn't able to take it apart anyway. So that's pretty much been stuck there even before I got my hands on it. It's fascinating. Oh, I'm so used to that's what she said jokes. But I was gonna say it's so fascinating the difference between what this looks like in real life compared to how it looks on screen on the camera. Like the color is completely different. It's fun to play around with UV light. This is 295. So it's the kind that is further from the visible spectrum. This is a proper black light. Purple to you, yeah. I mean, to me, it's faintly bluish. But mostly I just don't see it. Like, I see a blue reflection on the resin itself, but around, there's nothing. When I pointed at the white styrofoam, I see an intense blot of blue light in there. Because there's an irregularity. That's where it was molded, I guess. Injection molded, but like around, it's there's no light at all. Yeah, it's the way that cameras pick up UV light. Okay, this is cured. It's hard. Ooh woo. Wink wonk. So we have a mounting position for the buck regulator. Now I need to wire it up. So where are we? Yes. Oh, that's perfect. That's a great fit. So now I can slap the heatsink on the power chip as well. Where did I put my tweezers? Oh, here's the tweezers. The release layer is not releasing. Ah, there we go. And I want the heatsink with that orientation. The inductor, oh, no, I can nudge the inductor out of the way. Ah, okay, well, whatever, it's already adhered. It's a little bit off, but it should still have a good enough contact surface. I need to also wire in the potentiometer. Now, let's take a look at the data sheet again to figure out how I need to set the resistors so I get the correct voltage output. So how do we set the output voltage here? Oh, woo, wink wonk? Yes. Wait, how? Okay, how do you set the output voltage? Feedback threshold voltage is 1.25 volts. Through an external resistor divider network, FB senses the output voltage and regulates it. The feedback threshold. 1.25. Wait, does that track? So if we have 5 volt, remember my unfortunate mistype that time and how much I made? Oh, wait, which one now? My memory is kind of fucked up, so you'll have to give me a little bit more than that to remember. Just gonna revert my soldering iron back to soldering. Real quick. I need to get proper Aten tips. This one is not bad, but it's not a perfect fit. Okay, so one where we said something like, it's hard for me or it would get hard for... Okay, right. I don't remember the specific circumstance, but yeah, it does sound funny indeed. Oh, actually, okay. There is a formula for how to set the output voltage. 1.25 times 1 plus R2 slash R1. Does that add up with this? Let's see. Hello, Shantina. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Let me just quickly run the numbers. So 1.25 times 1 plus 10 over 3.3, and okay, so that is 5 volts. Okay. Oh, right, now I realized the purpose of the Schottky diode here. Right. That gives a path for current when the power MOSFET is off, or switch is off, and the magnetic field is collapsing, so it induces voltage in the opposite direction. Yeah. A bit stressed, traveling to SK and work ending, lots of stuff to do. Sega plants and yeah. Winter is coming. Yeah, I've had a pretty productive day so far, and I will feel amazing once I'm done with this. It's coming along really nicely. I'm very happy with how it is going so far. Oh boy. Okay. So, what do I need to do here? We have a 1.18. No, 1.8 kilo ohm. Wait, I want the voltage to be going between, so up to 12 volts. at 12 volts. I want 9.6 as a ratio. I'll probably want to wire this up differently than it is. Might as well get rid of this whole thing. Hey, Brooklyn. Lurky Turkey. Welcome in. Played a lot of Silent Hill today. Yes. I was lurking, but I had too many things to do. Okay, can I get away with this potentiometer? So if I leave it at 10K, 1.25 times 1 plus 10 over 1.8, that's 8 volts. No, we need a higher resistance there if I want 12 to be... Okay, so I need to put a resistor in series with that. Oh, whoops. Wait, where are we? There we go. My brain is mush. Okay, how do you, so 12 over 1.25. Times 1.8. So I need 15, 15K. So if I connect a 5K resistor in series, hydrate, posture, check, and stretch. Will do. Thank you. Stretch. I just elbowed my mic. Quite spoopy. No signs of Pyramid Head yet, though. That's what I've heard. That Silent Hill 2 does a really good job of keeping. Was it a big stretch? Yes, it was. Of not overexposing you to Pyramid Head. Okay, so we need. If I put a 5 kilo ohm resistor in series with this. So if we get a 15 kilo ohm, so that's 1.25 times 1 plus 15 over 1.8, 11.6. Can I combine a 5K resistor with some other value maybe? Or is 11.5 volts going to be enough for me? What do we want to be overexposed to Pyramid Head? I see how it is. Ooh, woo. Okay, what value resistors do we have? We have 5.1. Okay. So 15.1, that's 11.7 volts. A big EU, woo. Was that Pokeball on my left? Wait, what do you mean? You mean this? Solder wick. That's for when you want to get rid of excess solder from a pad. Is it the what now? It's actually, I've seen that sometimes people keep it like this. I've never really seen the point. Okay, let's try with a 5.1K resistor. And if it turns out to be insufficient, we can add another one in series, but I think it should be fine. So I got my set of resistors of different values. So I've got a little sample thing. It's a ghost Pokemon that is... I'm not asking. Nope. I'm not asking. Not even gonna try. Currently going through my monthly update, Sims 4 mods. Takes so long. Aw. Rest in peace. Okay, so there are several things that I want to do. In this case, the lower the voltage, the lower the output power. So it's going to be in the opposite direction to how it was before. I should also get a proper reading of the voltage or resistance versus position. Let me strip these. Ooh. I will want to tin these wires. Wait, are these really? They're marked as 26 AWG. Expected them to be thinner. in the soldering iron or soldering tip. That's a happy, shiny tip. All right. Let me get the cheapo multimeter, and let's set it to resistance. And let's measure what we get with this potentiometer. 10, 9, 8. Oh, okay, no, it's a linear one. It's just that this was responding in a very non-linear way to the feedback resistance. It's actually slightly over 10K. Yeah, it's 10.5K, which is good. That gives us more to work with. That's good, that's good. But yeah, so this is going to be mounted in a panel, this panel here, where max is on the right side and minimum is on the left side. And I would like to preserve that order since it's already marked that way. But that means I need to, but yeah, so previously, the lower the resistance of this potentiometer, the higher the output voltage was. But in this case, it's going to be the other way around. So I'm going to need to, instead of using these two pins, I need to use the resistance between these two. And I also want to short these two together because as the resistive material degrades, it's better if there is some sort of, it prevents arcing if the two pins are shorted. So it always comes out ambiguous. Okay. Cute little ghost onesie for the babies. Nice. Okay, let's see if we can remove this from this board. I should probably reflow that solder. Okay, we can lift this off the board. Good. I don't really get the point of this thing. It looks like a connector, but it's not. They just well, actually, okay, so it is a connector, but they didn't use it as a connector. They just used it to crimp cable in. I wonder why. It makes no sense to me. Whatever. Cold cider is very nice right now. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna put a cider in the fridge. Give me a sec. Be right back. Damn you. Make me drink cider. Actually, I was thinking of it, but I forgot to put it in before the stream. You know very well what you did, Zoe. You know damn well. Okay. I do want to bridge those two pins. Being a good Zoe. Well, if you behave, maybe we'll not have to punish you. Babies are home. Instant overwhelm. I don't want to break them. Okay. Yeah. Accidentally dropped them. And yeah. I think you're a hydrate. And a posture check. Babies don't trigger anything sensor with me. Wise for me. Big lights and sudden loud noises. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me do that right now. And check my posture. Thank you, thank you. So, let me just be a little nerdy over here and clean off the pads that I don't use anymore. There we go. So then, oh, I can just use a bit of this resistor lead to bridge those two together. Should also flow some fresh solder on here. So it's easier to work with. All right. Let's get this into place. Now that sinks a lot of heat. That's looking pretty good. Crop this. Oh, mistakes were made. Hmm. Also, really do not like the heat. Yes, I'm 100% on board with that this time. Like, there is a reason why I moved to Sweden. I was suffering in Central Europe. It was way too hot in the summer for me. It was actually an existential problem for me. All right, now let me get some heat shrink. I'm gonna do a thing, and that thing is I will put this resistor in series or at the end of the wire here. It's cold here most of the year around, apart from 3 days in summer. Those 3 days are the worst. Yeah. What's the thinnest clear heat shrink? Okay, that's probably too wide. Okay, Psycho Stick. For some reason. I actually don't need a very long cable for this. That's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, Psycho Stick is fun. Goofy band. Very long cable. Ooh woo. Wait, I did. What did I do here? What am I doing? Holy shit. Okay. Whoa. What did I just do? One more time. Okay. On one of the ends, I want to put the resistor. Can crop it even shorter. I really don't need much in terms of leads here. Also, so if with a 5-volt resistor, the voltage is going to drop to slightly under 5 volts. 5K resistor, I mean. Okay. What am I even saying? This is about the right size of heat shrink. Okay. This is a really useful tool. How did I live without that for all those years? A little bit of flux, and now let's steam them. So Ay, ay, ay. Maybe I don't need that in there. Work is going to be a little bit easier without that. So let me just quickly tin one side of this resistor. Let me get my helping hands. Maybe a little bit more flux. That's better. Got a decent joint there. Yeah, it's good enough for me. I will, just to be on the safe side, cover it with a bit of heat shrink. Let's get the hot air at 120 degrees. That's about as good as I can get it. All right, then. Helping hands and I need to have the exact same, yeah, this helping hands thing. Yeah, it's pretty useful sometimes. We just need to actually I should probably tin that resistor lead. Oh, also helps to have a tinned soldering tip. Okay, that's looking decent enough. Very useful in painting models. Exactly. It's very useful also when soldering, obviously. Okay, so we got this modified to my satisfaction. Now we need to plug it into the buck regulator board. So first I need to clean those solder holes to expose them. Trying to get some leaded solder on there. With a known melting point. Will make it easier. And now with the pump, I need to extract the excess solder. Yeah, that is a nice clean hole. Ooh. Are we looking? Yeah, this one is not cooperating. Maybe I should replace more of the solder there. It's not conducting heat properly. It's probably because of the yeah, it's the ground plane. It's gonna take a bit more heat to ground plane is acting as a heatsink here. And there's no thermal relief around these holes. Well, this is going to be annoying. Getting flashbacks to that stupid DualShock controller. What did you miss? Oh, that's a nice and clean hole. I believe was the joke. And it's ready for us to shove that cable in. Everyone likes a clean hole. Indeed. How do I go about this though? I might have to just force it in. Uwu. This is pretty bad. Like, okay, yeah, we got it in. Ground plane without thermal relief. Who designs this shit? Let's get the other one in. Ooh. Of course. There we go. I think we need a little bit more solder on the first one. Might have gone a little bit overboard, but yeah, it's fine. Let's crop these. They don't need to be sticking out too much. Good. Now, we gotta test this. So let's test it out with a protected lab power supply. Let me bring that in. In plus, in minus. And check that we got the values of the resistors right. Although I do wonder how this is going to behave without any load. But we'll get there. So here we have a multimeter. I'm gonna set it to voltage, the 20 volt range. Set the voltage on the input to 13.7 volts. It's a joke. Which sentence now? I do kind of want to touch this up a little bit more. There we go. That looks a bit more resolute. Something about a load. Oh, how it behaves under load. I don't know. That sounds like that would be a little bit of a stretch to me. Personally. But yeah, okay. We got the output voltage. Now, on the input, I'm feeding it with 13.7 volts. And now we're at the lowest setting, which is coming out at 4.7 volts, okay. And as I turn the knob, ooh, the voltage on the output is going up and up and up and up. 11, 12, okay. And yeah, it maxes out at 12.06 volts. That's great. Awesome. That's just about the range that I was hoping for. Ah, perfection. Awesome. I did wonder why they bothered putting in an LED indicator. But oh well, it doesn't bother me enough to get rid of it. Switching to mobile? All right, all right. So we got that part ready. Now let's bring in the big boy. Where is this screw from? Oof. So we got this back here. And now we need to wire up this, the input of this, which is going to be here. to the output of that board. Oh yeah, I wanted to test out one more thing. I wanted to test out how low I can go on the input voltage before this starts to drop. So let's look it up again. So oh, we didn't have good contact there. Okay. So we are at the maximum, which is 12.06, and now on the input we are feeding in 13.7, and I'm gonna drop by tenths. 4, 3, 2, 1. 13. Hey, Stop Muffin, welcome in, welcome in. Welcome back, Zoe. 12.7, 12.6. Seeing slight fluctuations there. 12.2, and it's still holding. 12.1, 12, and it's starting to drop. And now it's just mirroring the input voltage. Okay, we'll obviously need to test that under load as well. But so far, it looks pretty promising. I could have gotten away with setting the fixed voltage of the mains power supply lower than I did, but I feel like it's good to have a little bit of headroom. How you doing, Submuffin? You don't know how the heck I'm doing what now? Or what was that in response to? Okay. So I'm gonna need a chunk of this cable. How long of a chunk do I need? I'm routing it around, so something like this. I can always make it shorter. Doing okay. Woke up from some weird, disturbing dreams, but other than that, drinking. Ooh, enjoy your coffee. Okay. Got a chunk of wire. The whole thing. Nothing about. Oh yeah. So this is my car cooling box. There's this fan and the cooling thing and whatnot, power supplies, and the problem was it's been melting these connectors because it just draws too much power. So I'm modifying it to draw less. That is the gist of it. I've already had to replace the connector twice, and I got tired of it. Hang on. I want to know 1.5 millimeters square. That's about a 15 wire gauge. Okay. It is cool. Yeah, I've been looking forward to making this project for a while. Where did I misplace the wire that I wanted to strip? What the? Am I tripping? Oh, here it is. Oh, I mixed it up with. Hey, 3-stream streak. Let's go. Thank you. Omega lol. I still don't understand why some channels have the streak thing and some don't. Because I never did anything consciously to enable it. Okay. Let's strip these. Oh, I flung that. Yeeted it. I wonder, will they fit? They might not. This is a really chunky wire. All right, I'm just gonna solder it on top, not through hole. I guess some streamers disabled it and the rest haven't. So, I think it has something to do with size. Wait, really? Oh, is there an option to disable it? Okay. No, I just Twitch has been trying out different things on and off for a while, and I just cannot keep up with what they're doing. So, but that's the thing. Like my channel doesn't really draw in that much viewership, so I don't know. Hmm. I think I lost a few strands there, but whatever. This cable is way overkill anyway. Experiments are useful across the board, not only on larger channels. Yeah. Okay, now I need to make this fit into this board. I might actually have to clean up these holes. Also, hi Samith, how are you doing? Feeling fluffy? Natcha likes to put herself on the freshly hung laundry. Oh no. Natcha, why? Okay, this was over here. Now, will we be able to fit that cable in there? No. Would be useful to have a slightly thinner cable, but we don't. Maybe I can snip off some strands, which normally would be a highly illegal thing to do, but in this case, with having a cable that's this overrated, I should be able to get away with it. Naughty, naughty, doing it. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Which is literally the song that I was singing after my encounter with the German police. The rest of the way home. Okay. This will fit. This is annoying. I'm gonna snip off a couple more strands. Gonna give the positive wire the same treatment. Just looked it up. It is indeed an A/B testing feature, so the channels that have watch streak were selected at random and you can opt into it. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, I was just wondering about it because this has been a feature for such a long time, and I find it fascinating that they still haven't made up their mind. I feel like most of their A/B tests last a lot shorter than that, but yeah. I would guess that it's just fallen through the cracks and they forgot about it. Experiment owners were laid off and nobody... Yeah, that would be my guess actually. Like not even a kappa. Yeah, most likely exactly. We are on the same page there. Okay, now it fits through the hole. Let's solder it in. Heard something about German police. What happened? Oh, that was back in 2019. I committed the criminal offense of importing illegal weapons into Germany. Had to pay a fine, and yeah. Now I'm not allowed into Canada because of that. And yeah, it sounds, whoa. I had a pair of nunchaku in my car, which are perfectly fine in many European countries, but Germans still have anachronistic laws on the books from the big moral panic about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I'm not even exaggerating. That is literally the reason why in many countries across the Western world, it is illegal to have nunchaku. Because of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This is not cooperating. You're gonna stay? No fun is allowed in Germany? Nope. Illegal. And also no martial arts. Can confirm. Yuppers. But apparently also Canada for that matter, so, you know. At least they're not the only ones. This is a fairly long exposed wire, so I'm gonna crop it down. Oh, you haven't heard that story before? Yeah, I feel like I've told it on stream a bunch of times already, so I don't really. But yeah, that is what happened in a nutshell. For more context, I used to practice a martial art called Koburo back when I lived in Slovakia and in Austria. So like I had all my usual equipment with me. I should probably hot melt glue this wire in just like the other one is. And this might be a little bit too long, so we'll have to cut it down. So I suppose cakes have very little sugar in them. They stole everything from Germany, and therefore no fun is allowed. So it must be, yeah. I've gotten in trouble with the law once or twice as a teenager. Yeah, I actually didn't. Not as a teenager, only 5 years ago. And I had to pay a fine, which was pretty hefty. Let me just bring my hot melt glue gun. But yeah, I had to pay a fine. I had to get an attorney in Germany and all that. Didn't have to. Well, I mean, they obviously took the nunchaku and some other things, which they didn't really have any legal basis to. But like, what you gonna do about it, eh? So. They wanted me to pay a fine of 3,000 euros. The attorney talked it down to 1/2 of that. It was a whole thing. I got a hot melt glue gun, cheap one from Biltema. Are we heating up? I think we are. Takes a while. It's a 25-watt one. Most of the times I was in trouble as a teenager was for trespassing, so a bunch of abandoned buildings. No, we're fair. Is it actually heating up? I guess I gotta be patient. Let me get another glue stick. That one is running short. Launching an avalanche of items. There's one time I got in trouble with the law because I was smoking. Oh no! I'm actually surprised that I never got in trouble with that and because of that with Swedish law. Because Swedes are very conservative, especially when it comes to substances. Okay, glue gun is warmed up. Let's get that out of the way. This is not curing at all. Mm. Whatever. Luckily just a warning and told me to go do it somewhere else. Okay. I wonder how much of an overreaction I would get here. But yeah, I've mostly stopped smoking anyway. It's not good for you. Now, edibles on the other hand. Edibles I do like. Although I've been too lazy to bake as well, so there you go. Oh, before I solder this to the buck regulator, I should also get rid of the Kapton tape now. Since I can put this board in its place now. Oh, the hot melt glue did exactly nothing. Well, thanks for nothing. Yeah, I'll try again later, but for now, let's focus on the output side. Smoking is way more common here than edibles. I think that's fairly universal. Edibles take a lot more prep if you want to like bake your own. Whereas, and also, you know, with smoking you get the immediate effect, unlike with edibles. So like there are legitimate reasons. I just really, really dislike the sensation of smoking. Burnt myself on the hot melt gun. Okay. Where are we? Right, I wanted to hook up the output side of this. So I want to connect together this here for the fan. That'll do nicely. Wait, is the wire for the fan rate? What is this? That's 24 AWG. It is marked. So this one is a little bit thinner, but it's going to be a fairly short run anyway, so I can actually make it as short as possible because we don't need a lot of length on that. 26 gauge is way too thin. Or? Yeah, no, cannot do it with that stripper. But it was fun to bake and then get high from with friends. Yeah. But it's also the kind of thing where it's not something you do on a whim, because like you have to account for the better part of an hour it takes for them to kick in. And yeah, baking is, well, you let me clean these. Like if you have only green wheat, you need to prepare your butter, which is also a process that takes time that you're then use in the baking, which again in itself takes time. I'm just thinning these. Now, let's hook these up to the output. Red for the positive side. Hmm. Can I fit them in both at the same time? I can clean up that a little bit. Yes, okay, they do fit. Flow everything together. It's looking good enough. I'm gonna need to clean up this as well. No, wrong direction. Okay, this is also fitting nicely. Now, stay in there. Oh no. The thin one slipped out. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to put it on the outside then. Not particularly enthused about that, but what can you do? Yeah, thank you for the care package. We'll do right away. I missed one strand. Okay, let me stretch. Thank you. Well, I can already tell that since it's midnight, there's not going to be any gaming tonight, and there's not going to be any Theremin, but Theremin we will leave for next time. I just want to finish this one. Okay, so we got the Peltier element wired up, and we can hook up the fan. And now I can test this with my lab power supply and see how much power it actually draws. Depending on the different settings here. You will not be able to see it. But yeah, we are set to oh, wait, I have current limit set to 1 amp. Okay, so if I set the current limit to 5 amps, so at the lowest setting, it's drawing 10 watts. And if I go up, 12 watts, 20 watts. In the middle, it's about 25 watts. 35 watts. And at maximum, it draws over 60 watts. But it's running nicely. The switching MOSFET is getting a bit warm, but yeah, I mean, so is the Peltier. At the minimum, it's, yeah, 9 watts. Now, this is great. This is absolutely fantastic. I don't think I will ever want to run it at maximum power. Although, well, maybe from AC. But yeah, great. Great success. I don't really have a good way to measure the output current draw, but oh well. Get the power supply leads out of the way. Oh, this is the resin. I don't want that around. Okay, so then we can hook up this to, like, we can hook up the input. Disconnect the fan. So, thank you for a hug. Very interesting to watch this stuff get made. Oh, I'm glad that it's not just boring. But yeah, it's very satisfying when things come together and work like this. I think you can turn the power supply off now. I don't think I'm gonna need it. I've tried to leave it on, but with the output turned off when I got it, and it was overheating like crazy even when it's off. So I'm just cutting power to it. All right. What do I do about this shit, though? Oh yeah, I should get this in mounted in place. The Kapton tape is ripping. That is not great. Yeah, I started on the low voltage side and finished here, so... Maybe I can cut through it. It's a bit risky. Okay, making progress. There we go. That has been liberated. Oh, there's so many mounting holes in the base, but only 4 were used. I mostly want to fix it in place so that these thinner cables don't get needlessly stressed. Steamy nerdy explanation of what I'm doing. Is this working actually? I don't really... I have a lavalier mic clipped to my t-shirt, so I don't know if this has the desired effect. But where would you like me to begin with my explanation? I'm mounting the power supply circuit board back into the case. And since this was fastened by self-tapping screws, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. Let's go with that. Basically just unscrewing until I fit the screw falling into the groove. But it doesn't work always. This part is not particularly interesting. Okay, we have successfully mounted. Yes, socks with sandals. Off to bed? All right. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. And I hope life slows down soon for you. You deserve a little bit of respite. Oh. So I'm gonna make another attempt to fasten that cable. Have a good night, Chandina. Now we are waiting for the hot melt glue gun to warm up. I actually wonder how that fits together. Oh dear. This might get messy. Oh dear. Let's try to hold this in place long enough for the hot melt glue to cure, cool down. Could take a good while. I'm actually gonna switch to more regular voice. But I hope that was what you were hoping for. I didn't like nerdy explanation of, I mean, what I'm doing. Not always much nerdiness going on. Sometimes it's just screwing things in. Best yet, your bar is low. Okay, the hot melt glue is starting to turn a little bit more opaque, which I take as a good sign that it's starting to harden. Ooh, woo. This additional cable is going to increase the be an additional obstacle to airflow, but there's not much I can do about that. Shush you. I speak my mind. Deal with it. All right. So let's bring this in frame. Gotta get rid of this. Burned myself on the glue gun again. Oh, we actually have the cable oriented correctly. Let me thin the leads. So they, oh, actually no, I'm gonna have to shorten it anyway. So that was number 14. I'm gonna deserve the cider that I have later. I guess I can already screw the board in place. Or do I? No, it's gonna be a pain to solder on the negative terminal, so... That absorbs a lot of solder. There we go, that's properly tinned now. Psycho stick again. What the fuck? I don't know what they were smoking when coming up with this song, but okay. This is like the ultimate psycho stick. What's up, Sin? You vibing? This is not gonna work. I have to hold it in my hands. Also, I just melted the insulation. Very psycho stick. Yep. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuckity fuck. NSFW. Well, truth in advertising, right? This is a massive heatsink. It's going to be a pain in the ass to get things to correctly flow. Ever heard of metal band Brojob? No, have not. Well, out of all the songs, that certainly was one. Okay, that's a decent joint, but not on the negative. So let's retouch that one a little bit more. Hmm. This is going great. This electrolytic cap is not happy. But I think I got it. Yeah, that's good enough. Very NSFW band, comedically NSFW. Send the link in headbobs, please. Can't play in public? Ha, challenge accepted. Okay. Let's mount this shit. Into place. And I don't want to tighten it just yet. Okay, that's where it's supposed to be now. I need to manage these cables somewhere out of the way. That plugged in. Yeah, the Peltier wires I guess I can just tuck in there. This I can probably leave where it was originally. This was all kind of just bunched up together. Good night, Samuel. Good night. Sleep well. Can turn the soldering iron off at the moment. I should also get the mains cable in place. Wait. Which way was it oriented? Hehe. I think like this. Yeah. Click in. Okay. I have that. Then we need to mount things to the top cover. Where we had two items. One is this USB board, which sits there, so we need to get these screws out of the way. Was it a real job song? Thank you, thank you. If I ever have to remove this again, I will probably melt in some of those brass inserts because these self-tappers are evil and I have very little faith in the sturdiness of that mount. Okay. So we got the USB port. Then we have the panel with the potentiometer. That cap just pops off. These are actually M3, I think, screws, machine screws, in nylon standoffs, which is interesting because everywhere else it's just part of the plastic mold. But for this particular panel, they chose standoffs that I don't know how those are fastened. But, well. Yes, that is the correct orientation. I didn't cross-thread that one. Okay. Then the mains cable goes through this opening. And now I need to shimmy all the wires into place well enough that I can close this. Oh, 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 it's coming together. Where is it? There, it looks like there's something holding us up here. I wonder where exactly. It's gonna take a little bit more shimmying. Maybe I really should somehow tie these off. Let me get some Velcro to tie it. Where did I put the thing? Oh no, what did I do with it? I had this reel, but I don't know where I placed it. Okay, then let's get some cable or some twist ties. This nest of cables is a bit of an issue. So just want to tie it off so it behaves somewhat. Do I fold it over like that? No. Let's do it like that. Something still seems to be holding us up. Visibility in there is terrible. Oh, I think it's the... Wait. These two wires are being a little shit. Okay, the 5-volt supply is a little... Oh, these wires are sticking out. This is really crammed in everything. Something is still holding us up. Okay, well, I guess I will figure this out off stream. It's a little bit difficult to maneuver this under the camera anyway. But overall, without fully closing everything off. Let's see if the thing actually works. I just powered it up on mains, and it started at fairly low output or low power. And I can ramp it up. Yeah. It works. Everything works as it's supposed to. And I can even... Oh, we're getting some back bleed into the 12 volt socket or plug. I can also try the USB output. Where do I have a USB tester? Ah, there's one. So, and it's giving a stable output voltage, even as the input varies. So, cool. Project successful. I just need to figure out how to put it all together, but I will do that off stream. I don't feel like there's much value in showing that off anyway. But yes, that's gonna be a wrap. I'm so happy that this has worked out. Yeah. And I really, really, really hope that this will solve my Melty connector issues. But I mean, I've already verified that when I feed it. Actually, I should verify even when I feed it over, just to be like quadruple secure. Although there's no way, no reason why this should not have the desired effect. What if I feed it exactly through the 12 volt car plug? It's been fun watching. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Really glad. So let's set the maximum maximum current to, let's go to 7 amps. So at the minimum, it's drawing 10 watts. And at its peak, at 12 volts, it's pulling 50 watts. But if we nudge the voltage up to 14 volts, 65 watts. Ah, this is perfect. Fucking perfect. All right. So yeah, now it's a wrap. And I'm gonna need to, you know, clean up the mess that I have here. But yes, thank you a lot for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I'm glad that you had a good time. So did I. Now let's see. Should we raid someone? Got all the bits and bobs here lying around. Yeah. It's gonna take a while to clean up. Nice job. Thank you, thank you. I'm very happy with the result. Actually, super satisfied. It's really hard to describe how much I wanted this to work out, and how glad I am that it did. Nice and cozy to watch. Ah, I'm happy to hear that. All right, let's see. Do we have someone to raid? How about we raid Redbeard? It's been a fucking minute. Redbeard is playing the new Dragon Age. The Veilguard. Yeah, haven't really had a chance to catch up with him in a while. So let's head on over there, and yeah, I will see you tomorrow for... Oh, okay, never mind. No, we are not raiding Redbeard because he has a restricted chat. I don't really like to do that generally. Well, then maybe we ain't gonna be raiding. Yeah, thanks a lot for hanging out. And tomorrow we are doing some cooking. It's gonna be a fish and seafood soup. We are gonna be bottling the Irish IPA, or not IPA, Irish Stout from a few weeks ago. It's completely done fermenting now. We are gonna be bottling some cider, and if time and energy allows, start a new mead. This time I'm gonna make an elderflower mead, and I'm excited about it. So yeah, see you then. Have a good night if you're going to bed. Have a good rest of your day if it's daytime for you. See you tomorrow.